Sorry about that. What's going on, guys? As you can see, the format has kind of changed a little bit again. Ended up doing some animations and... Gosh damn it. Hold on. There we go. Okay. So, ended up doing a little bit of animating and trying to make the channel look a little bit better. So, yeah, as you noticed, logging in, you've seen some extra stuff we put together. It's pretty neat. So today we'll be actually doing functional programming, where we'll be using new methods like .map and .filter, and let's see what's in here. Including peer functions, how to avoid mutations, and how to write cleaner code. So that's pretty neat. So in this one, we only have 24 steps, and once that's complete, we have our intermediate algorithm scripting, and then we have our JavaScript projects. So we're getting kind of near the end of this certification. For all of you that's been following along, congratulations, you guys. You definitely well earned it. But yeah, we're not done yet, but we're getting pretty close. We've already did, what is it? Yeah, we've already did the responsive web design certification. So once we're done these, we'll end up doing the front end development library certification. So in here you'll have like React, you'll have some other things. We'll go more into it later, but one of those things are React, like maybe Bootstrap, jQuery, like bigger things that are gonna help like your front end development, like we were doing a bit earlier. But we had to definitely learn this to make before you could get into those, because some of those libraries, use syntax that is based off of JavaScript. So like React is like a template, like a library, like you can make React applications which are derived from JavaScript. So this is why we're learning this, and we didn't go straight from responsive web design into front end development, because there are certain things that you have to know within JavaScript to get to that point. So yeah. Anyway, we're gonna finish this out. We'll start with the first. Let me throw us over to the bigger screen. So let's do that. Here we go. All right. Okay, so as you can see, there's a lot more comments, multiple line comments, individual comments. You can see right here we got our pointer functions. You got your variable defined right here. You got your arguments that are accepted, and then you have everything that's inside here. So you don't have to actually define function and then write your the name of the function, the arguments, that sort of stuff. This is just like a easy way to do it. And then const equals null. So anyway, functional programming is a style of programming where solutions are simple, isolated functions without any side effects outside of the function scope. So basically, doing certain making sure like all these variables don't affect anything that's not supposed to, outside of where it's declared, that sort of stuff. So you got the input, you're processing it, and then you're distributing an output. So you got the input where you're using the argument, you're processing the argument, through, you know, this many, like what the functions and stuff that are inside of here, like the for loops, and, you know, doing whatever you need to with that data, and then returning that data out manipulated to what you're trying to accomplish. So yeah, so isolated functions, there's no dependence on the state of the program, which includes global variables that are subject to change. We have pure functions. The same input always gives the same output. And functions with limited side effects. Any changes or mutations to the state of the program outside the function are carefully controlled. So the members of FreeCodeCamp happen to love T. All right, in the code editor, the prepared T, right here. Whenever you call prepare T, it just prints out green T. Okay, so and get T functions are already defined for you. Okay, call the green T function to get 40 cups of tea for the team and store them in the T for team FCC. So this is null right now. We need to prepare 40 cups. So we're going to call the get T function, and we're going to put 40 in here, right? So the cups are going to start at 1, and then if the cups are less than or equal to the number of cups, you know, we're going to, you know, add more to the cups, which would be the same as cups plus plus, but whatever. It's going to do the const, it's going to store this teacup. The prepared tea up here, it's going to store it inside teacup. So that way it's separated from here and here. We're going to do teacups dot push. So we're going to push it to this array that's inside of here and push teacup into the teacups dot push teacup. Okay, so the prepared tea right here, green tea. Okay, so it's just gonna keep pushing it inside there. Okay, and then return teacups. So when we do that, let's see what we have. It's console.log get t, or no. Let's do t for team FCC. So yeah, that's what I thought. It's just adding all of these cups inside there of green tea. So pretty simple. But in here, it's not affecting anything outside here. You're just creating your own instance of it inside here. But yeah, I mean, we'll try not to go over this over and over again. You know, we'll just try to get to it, but I just was pointing through what's going through this function to get that output that we did. Okay, so mood swing, and that wants two types of tea, green tea and black tea. Okay. Client mood swings are pretty common. With that information, we'll need to revisit the green tea function from last challenge to handle various tea requests. We can modify get tea to accept a function as a parameter to be able to change the type of tea it prepares. This makes get tea more flexible and gives the programmer more control when client requests change. So you got prepare green tea, prepare black tea. So you just put in tea that it's wanting with the number of cups. Okay. So basically we're just changing how much tea we need to add into here, right? So callbacks of the functions that are slipped or passed into another function to decide the invocations of that function. You may have seen them passed to other methods, for example, filter. The callback function tells JavaScript the criteria for how to filter an array. Okay. Functions that can be assigned to a variable, passed into another function, or returned from another function, just like any other normal value, is called first class functions. So functions that can be assigned to a variable and passed into another function. So they can call. Okay, in JavaScript, all functions are first-class functions, right? The functions that take a function as an argument or return a function as a return value are called higher-order functions. When functions are passed into or returned from another function, then those functions which were passed in or returned can be called a lambda. Is that? Put that one. Alright, so prepare 27 cups of green tea. Alright. So, and 13 cups of black tea and store them in green for TCC. Okay. Respectively note that the green tea function has been modified so it takes a function as a first argument. Right. So if we have the prepare tea, which is this function right here that prints off these right here. So in here we want to do the get tea. So this would be a higher tier function is what it's saying, or a higher order function, because it's putting this inside of this right here. So putting out the teacups. Anyway, so let's get tea. Let's do the prepare. Hold on. How many tea are we getting? 27 cups of green tea. So 27. Oh, wait. Okay, I got this backwards. We need to put the function we're using, so prepare green tea. Okay. And then, comma, we need to add the second variable, or the second argument, which will be 27. Okay. Prepare green tea. Yeah. Because there's nothing going actually into it. So we have that. Right? But prepare tea is not a function. Oh, so basically it's saying that this first one is not a function. Even though it is a function here, but it's not requiring anything to be inputted into here. And since it's a direct, you can just put this in here. It's a variable, but if you have something that's going inside here, then you can do that this way. But since there's nothing, it just is called like this. So prepare black tea, and then 13. Right, so we have that, and then we have black tea being prepared. And then if I try to put, an empty parentheses in here, it's going to say it's not a function. Because there's nothing like being passed into it. Okay. So we have our tabs on here so window, function, tabs. This.tabs equals tabs. So tabs is an array of titles of each site open within the window. Okay. So this is the constructor. It's looking like. So we're taking all of these tabs and we're storing in a window. This.tab equals tabs, and then we're making the prototype dot join. So it's adding these on there. All right, Understand the hazards of using imperative code. Functional programming is a good habit. It keeps your code easy to manage and saves you from sneaky bugs. But before we get there, let's look at an imperative approach to programming to highlight where you may have issues. So in English and many other languages, the imperative tense is used to give commands. Similarly, an imperative style in programming is one that gives the computer a set of statements to perform a task. Okay. Often the statements change the state of the program, like updating global variables. A classic example is writing a for loop that gives exact directions to iterate over the indices of an array. In contrast, functional programming is a form of declarative programming. You tell the computer what you want done by calling a method or function. Right? JavaScript offers many predefined methods that handle common tasks, so you don't need to write out how the computer should perform them, right? For example, instead of using the for loop mentioned above, you could call the map method, which handles the details of iterating over an array. Okay, so if you're wanting to iterate over an array, instead of using a for loop, you use the map. That's what it's saying. This helps to avoid semantic errors like the off by one errors that were covered in the debug section, right? Like if you have more than one or less than one, like you have to kind of, like if you make the counter like 0 or you make the counter 1, like you have to customize it just right so it can, do what it needs to do. So yeah, this is using the map function prevents a lot of those issues. So that's like something that we used previously when we were going over, in the basic algorithms, we were doing that. So consider the scenario: you are browsing the web in your browser and you want to track the tabs you've opened. Let's try to model this using some simple object-oriented code. A window object, so here we go, you have this, and then it's making the object right here. So tabs, so this tabs right here, right, this tabs equals tabs, which is this right here. So the object of window is going to equal these tabs right here. So we're adding a so this is the start of it right here. So this is our, start of the window object. And then you make this object, and then you add onto it using the prototype. So you're adding the join to here, and you're adding the tab open. So you're doing other windows. So this dot tabs equals this dot tabs dot concat, so other windows dot tabs. Window dot tabs. So you're concatenating these onto the array, or in here it looks like. And then you're doing this dot tabs dot push a new tab into here. Let's open a new tab for now. Return this. Okay. Okay. So window objects may have tabs. You usually have more than one window open. The title of each open site in each window object is held in an array. After working in the browser, opening new tabs, merging windows, and closing tabs, you want to print the tabs that are still open. Closed tabs are removed from the array, and new tabs, for simplicity, get added to the end of it. The code editor shows an implementation of this functionality with functions for tab open, tab close, and join, like merging. So, merging windows. The array tabs is part of the window object that stores the name of the open tab. So here we go. So Windows pretty much opens a array called tabs. And what you're doing is you're adding into this array the join to merge. So you're concatenating. That means you're joining them together. You're concatenating. You have your tab open, which it basically takes this. Like if you do the window dot tab open, and then you put, you do like your parentheses, and then you add that new tab to it. It pushes this dot tab dot push to new tab, returns this. So you're basically it's adding this prototype or this function or this property or function to this object right here. So to this object, yeah, you're adding these prototypes, and then you have dot close and then function in. So you have to get the index. So if you're closing one, you're gonna have to get the tabs before index. So it gets this, the tab splice. So it gets from the first one all the way to the index, and then you have to give everything after, which would be the index plus 1. So whatever that index is, it's getting the next value. And then you would do this dot tabs equals tabs before right here dot concat tabs after index. So you're basically getting rid of that middle one. And you're splicing this, and then you're pushing them together. And then that's how you're joining, and then you're returning this. So you're basically returning the tabs array each time you do a return this. So you make a new object right here, new window, and then inside here you make a Gmail, inbox, work mail, docs, FreeCodeCamp. So you got your sites right here. You have a social window, which has these other ones right here, and then you have a new window for videos. So you have your work, you have a social window, and then you have a video window. So these are all different, different windows with different tabs. Now perform the tab opening, closing other operations. So you don't modify anything within the social window itself. You want to make a new constant called final tabs in social window, right? So you do a tab open. So open a new tab for cat memes. So you're opening a new tab. So when that opens, it pushes, new tab to there. Now join. It does video window dot tab close with an index of 2. Close this third tab in video window and join. And then you have this one right here that closes 1, and then tab opens, and then so in here we get 0, 1, 2. So it's getting rid of Vimeo and then joining these onto this one, right? See, you have this final social window right here, right? It's adding all of these to the social window. So it's adding a new tab, right? It's joining these ones, right? It's taking all the ones from the video window, but it's closing the second one. So 0, 1, 2. So Vimeo shouldn't be in here, right? Vimeo's not in here. And then it is joining the second one. But on the work window, right, we are getting rid of 1. So 0, 1. So inbox should not be in here, right? Inbox isn't in here. But then we're going to open another tab. So you should have a new tab, right? Every time you do a new tab open. So right here it says whenever a new tab is opened, it shows new tab, right? It shows that new tab. So every time it does this, it pushes it onto there. So right here you can see the social where it started. You're adding the new tab. We're adding the video in here, but we're getting rid of Vimeo. And then it's joining onto here. And then you are joining the whatchamacallit, you are joining the work window. So you're getting rid of glitter. Oh no, work window. You're getting rid of inbox, and then you're opening a tab. So see right here, you got rid of inbox, but then you add a new tab and it gets pushed onto the end. So that's what it's doing. So going through, that's what this whole program is doing. So examine the code in the editor. It's using a method that has side effects in the program causing incorrect behavior. The final list of open tabs stored in .tabs should be Facebook, Glitter, Reddit, Twitter, Medium, new tab, right? Netflix, YouTube, Gmail. Where's Vine? Aha. Okay. So let's look at here. So Vine isn't there. That's one that's an issue. It does go to Gmail. So let's look here. We got Facebook, Glitter. So it has all these, right? And then added a new tab. But when it gets to here, Netflix, YouTube, it's supposed to get rid of Vimeo, but then it's supposed to add Vine, but Vine's not there. And then Gmail goes to Gmail, right? For work. It's supposed to get rid of inbox, right? Get rid of inbox. Supposed to have work mail and docs. So we have Gmail. So it's getting rid of inbox, but it's not getting work email. Alright, so it's not getting the ones that are happening like right after. So change tab, close that, remove. Okay, but the list produces slightly different. Change the prototype tab, close that, removes the correct tab. Right. So we have to look at in the close. Okay, yeah, because when we're closing, we want to make sure. So we have splicing. So so we have the index. So we're splicing this, right? This dot after. So after the tab. So we can do index, right? Yeah, so splice index. You don't want to do the +1 because then it gets everything on there. But you're going to 0 to index, right? To get right. And then you want to get the index and then after. So you have the work mail and the doc. So I got it. Hold on. Just to make sure. You got Gmail. We're supposed to get rid of Gmail and inbox. So we got rid of the inbox. Yeah. Do we have Vine? Where Medium, new tab. Where Vine? Where's Vine at? So we got YouTube. Now we still don't have Vine. So get the tabs after tab. So what is after? So we have YouTube. email. Okay, we don't want to. Get the tabs after tab. But we need to get Vine, right? If we do a +1, we don't want to do that. So this goes into... That's still the +1, right? It should still get... So it starts off at 0 and then gets to the index number. So... Right? So -1, because you want to get before, right? No. Netflix. Now we need YouTube. Now it's trying to remove. So hold on. We got YouTube. Can we do YouTube? Vimeo. It's supposed to get rid of Vimeo. So we could. You want to be able to take that out. So wouldn't you just take the... So you take this tabs. Would you do this dot tabs dot equals the index and then take out, right? I'm going to just change this real quick. All right. Now, could you do like this dot tabs equals tabs dot slice? Is it splice? And then it takes the position of 0. No, it takes the position index, right? And tabs is not defined, so oh crap. Yeah. Wait, maybe I could just do this dot splice index and then get the next one, right? Can we do that? Yeah, because you're only going 1 after that, right? So we took out Vimeo, right? We got Netflix, YouTube, and Vine, right? And then we were supposed to get rid of inbox, so it would be Gmail, work mail, docs. We did it. We did it, guys. We didn't need all this crap. All we had to do was just take that one space out and then return this. Don't even need it. Too easy. Too easy. So we just had to take this out. This would drive me nuts if I didn't make this. So I mean, remove value from tabs at index location. There you go. So this .tabs.splice. So there you go. There you go. So remember, we're making window, and then that just we don't actually have to put this inside here, right? Or inside here, right? Because we're not getting something to go into tabs close. Like, we're not actually we wouldn't put tabs in here because it's already declared like in here. These are just, see how they're prototypes, these are added functions onto the main object. So this, when we call this .tabs, this is still part of this right here, this .tabs. So once it was declared in window, like see when it was new window, once it was declared in here, we could do whatever we want with it with these prototypes that we added to it. Which is how we were able to do this .tabs.splice and then return this. So there you go. Alright. So if you haven't already figured it out, the issue in the previous challenge was the splice call in the tabs close function. Unfortunately, splice changes the original array it is called on, right? So the second call to it used a modified array and gave unexpected results. This is a small example of a much larger pattern. You call a function on a variable, array, or an object, and the function changes the variable or something in the object. Yep. One of the core principles of functional programming is not to change things. Changes lead to bugs, which is correct. It's easier to prevent bugs knowing that your functions don't change anything, including the function arguments or any global variable. The previous example didn't have any complicated operations, but the splice method changed the original array and resulted in a bug. Right? Recall that in functional programming, changing or altering things is called mutation, and the outcome is called a side effect. Okay, a function ideally should be a pure function, meaning that it does not cause any side effects. So technically, we should have copied that that array, put into a new array, and then just, you know, sent out an actual a modified array, like a modified array, but we wouldn't change anything. So basically we would just store all the values inside a separate array, and then it wouldn't matter, and it would prevent any bugs or anything from happening. So that's how we would do that. So let's try master this discipline and not alter any variable or object in our code. Okay, so we have a fixed value, which is 4, which is a global variable. So we don't want to change this. We want to store this into something else. So fill in the code for the function increment so it returns the value of the global variable fixed value increased by 1. So we don't want to alter this. But we want to alter this itself, but we want to be able to increment this fixed value by 1, but not changing this directly. So we would just do like a let function fixed value, right? And it's going to be which is going to be fixed value plus, right? We're going to increment by 1, and then we're going to return function fixed value, right? And now when we call it, so log incrementer, it's a function. There, it's 4. So we have the incrementer, and it's going by 4. Fixed value, incrementing by 4. So the incrementer should not change the value of fixed value, which is 4, right? Your incrementer should return a value based on the goal value. Yeah. So we made this function fixed value equal to fixed value plus plus, right? So, okay. I don't know why it did that, but oh well. Whatever. So we just add a +1 to this, and we did the function fixed value, right? But since we did an incrementer, right? This is 5. Now if we do a console.log though, right, and called fixed value, this should still result in a 4. See, we changed what was inside here by manipulating it, but we didn't actually change anything outside. So that is to prevent mutations. Although using that value plus, wait a minute, hold on. If I did this beforehand, would that would that be 5? Yeah, there we go. So notice how if we did the plus after, it isn't 4, but if we do the plus beforehand and then return the fixed value, it actually adds the 5. So incrementing and when to increment is a big thing. So this incrementing doesn't really take effect. So this actually increments it before it gets put into here, and not after. If that makes sense. Hold on. Let me look up a thing real quick to better explain it. What is it? Okay, so according to Stack Overflow, let's look at this. So remember how this plus before and plus after. So in here, what's the difference between this, before and after, and what should be used in the incrementation block of a for loop? So right here, the plus before will increment the value of I and then return the incremented value. This one, like if you do after, will increment the value of I, but return the original value that I held before being incremented. So there you go. So when it's returned, it actually, the value of I right before it was incremented. But this will actually increment it before and then return the incremented value. So be aware of that right here. So in any case, following the guide, I prefer I plus plus I over I plus plus, and you won't go wrong. But yeah, you can look more into this or whatnot. Yeah, so you can look at more of preferences to do this. Both will operate identically since the increment of I and the print are in different statements. This should be in case for a language that supports C style plus plus. So the difference between will be using the value of the operation in the same statement. Okay, so yeah. I mean, if you use, plus plus I or I plus plus whenever you're making a for loop, it should do the same thing. It just is different when you're returning those values. So there you go. You just learn another thing by pre-incrementation and post-incrementation. So this adds it here, and then it returns the fixed value. Whereas if you add it to here, it's gonna just it's gonna print the original before increment. So be aware of that. Be aware that whenever you do this later, you're gonna have to recognize that. So there you go. Should not change the value, just 4. It didn't. Based on the global test complete. Oh. So hold up. No, it didn't. 4. It's still 4. So, but if I do... Wait, hold on. Okay, hold on. That's because I didn't call this yet. Let's see if it changes this. Ah! Okay. So, that's another thing. This increments the whole value before it even gets stored in here. So this here comes before this right here. So basically it incremented this value, which actually incremented the global value before it got stored in here, which is why both of these are 5. So you can't do the pre or post incremental. You actually have to, you have to give a specific on what you're wanting to add with it. Yeah, when you're storing it, because if you do like a plus plus, it's just going to give you it's going to give you whenever you call it, it's going to give you the pre-incremented. But since we are changing the fixed value and incrementing that itself, it's basically saying, okay, we're going to change that global variable. So whether you do a post or a pre-increment, it's going to change this value here. So that's something to definitely be aware of when we're doing these. If you're working with global variables, because you doing any sort of increment like this will kind of screw you over. So we can't use these functions. We have to actually add it by 1. So we have 5 here, and this still stays the same. So yeah, we just learned some things with incrementing that, quite frankly, like I just kind of forgot. And that's completely fine to like forget stuff. It's gonna happen. And being able to like retrieve that knowledge back will only kind of help. And it's going to happen every time. You're going to be like, why isn't this working? Why am I having so many issues, And, you'll be able to navigate through that. All right, so we'll submit. We'll go to the next one. Whew, man, these are pretty long. The last challenge was a step closer to functional programming principles, but there's still something missing. We didn't alter the global variable value, but the function incrementer would not work without the global variable fixed value being there. Another principle of functional programming is to always declare your dependencies explicitly. This means if a function depends on a variable or object being present, then pass that variable or object directly into the function as an argument. Okay. Okay. This means if a function... Yeah. There are several good consequences from this principle. The function is easier to test. You know exactly what input it takes, and it won't depend on anything else in your program. Alright. This can give you more confidence when you alter, remove, or add new code. You know what you can or cannot change, and you see where the potential traps are. So, okay. Finally, the function would always produce the same output for the same set of inputs, no matter what part of the code executes it. So let's update the incrementer, right? So to clearly declare its dependencies, write the incrementer function so it takes an argument and then returns a result after increasing the value by 1. Okay, so easy. We'll just do arg for argument, right? And the argument that we're going to take is the fixed value, and we just do return arg. So we're going to return that, right? Or we're going to have to store. We could do it this way. We don't want to return it directly. Remember, we don't want to actually affect the fixed value. So we don't want to return the argument. We want to first store let new fixed. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, come on, man. Alright, new fixed value equals arg, right? So new fixed value. So now I'm not doing it here anymore. I'm actually just doing it right here, right? So I'm just doing a plus plus, right? Now if I return new fixed value, see, I'm not actually doing the incrementation on the argument itself, right? I'm doing it here on this newly created one right here, and that should give us a better result. So although I should probably do it, well, let's see how it works this way if I just increment it like this. Console.log incrementer. So and we're going to put in fixed value, right? It's 5 now because we, okay, yeah, it's 5 now since we incremented it by 1. Okay. So remember when we stored it directly in here, it just took the value like this before it even incremented. So it just took that, and then when we did a plus plus beforehand, it added it and then added it to here. But that was messing up the fixed value. Now, if you actually declare the value right here. So I was wrong, like the last time, when we were doing that last lesson, we were doing like, plus 1 or plus whatever, that was my mistake. So you want this to be, assigned to the argument or the fixed value, right? But you don't want to add the increment on top of it, like while it's in the same sentence, or else it's going to do what those weird side effects that we were doing previously. So that's why we can declare it and equal it, like, you know, to this argument or the fixed value, but you want to increment the newly created value and not the argument itself or the fixed value itself. So now we make it equal that, we increment this new one, and then return this new thing right here. While we're doing that, we can do a console.log, right? And check out the fixed value to make sure nothing was changed. See? It's still 4. That's because we separated it. Now if I added plus plus to here, right? And got rid of this, it would be 4 because it stores the fixed value, right? It just stores that fixed value into here before adding increments to it. And then remember, if we did the plus plus beforehand, it actually changes fixed value. Okay. Forehand, and then stores in here, and then returns it. But the fixed value is still 4. So, okay, because we separate it within the argument in here, it's technically doing the exact... Okay, so it is separating it from here. We're not directly using the fixed value in here, and then it changes that here. We pass it through here as an argument, and then we're only altering that argument, and then returning. So if I didn't have this, right, and then I just put arg, okay, so we didn't even need to put in another variable. Well, alright then. So we are, I mean, definitely I'm learning some stuff, like, as we're going along with this, so this is totally separated. Like, when we put this inside here, like, this right here separates everything and does its own thing, and we do our own thing with it and then return the argument back. So even though we call this right here with the fixed value, taking it in here and returns that, it's separate because we're not directly affecting this. So if we took this out and just did a, you know, a fixed value, right? And then we return the fixed value, then this one out here is going to be 5. So this is what it's talking about. That if we actually make an argument, like take an argument in here, pass it along, and then return the argument, it's going to separate itself from the fixed the global variable. Yeah, this is JavaScript. This is pretty far into JavaScript. But yeah. That's the only language you're learning? No. Actually, if you go and you follow along on here on FreeCodeCamp, you'll actually be able to see a bunch of different languages and different stuff that we're actually going to be going through. Right now, like, we've already done HTML, CSS, now we're on JavaScript, and then we'll be doing more front-end work with, you know, React, be doing oh, come on, Bootstrap and jQuery, some other things. So yeah, later on, we'll be doing SQL, There is Python in there for data visualization, but it just all depends, because once we actually get to a point where once I'm like done with all my projects, I want to be able to put these up on GitHub and learn how to, you know, push those out, so that way you guys can put all your work out on GitHub. But yeah, there is, if you go on FreeCodeCamp, there is machine learning. You have you can do machine learning. You have Python. You know, you have database manipulation with SQL, cybersecurity, QA, just a bunch of different stuff that we're probably going to, you know, kind of go through and learn about. And I use Windows. I know a lot of people use Linux, and you know, there's a lot of Linux gurus, but Windows is my environment. I know, like, later on I'll probably want to do some Linux, learn more within the Linux environment, because it is very beneficial. But yeah, and I do recommend, like, you know, for you to push stuff out to get, but if you use Visual Studio Code, and if you use like Git Bash and that sort of stuff, you can basically do the same thing. Visual Studio Code, like that editor, and you know, using those extensions will actually, you can connect your account and push all your projects and stuff. Yeah. So Windows and Linux, I mean, Windows does the exact same thing with Visual Code for Linux, or for Windows will actually do the exact same by pushing out and manipulating commands. So if you ever, you know, if you are utilizing, if you want to utilize an editor, you know, there is like a lot of stuff like Atom, Sublime Text, and all that kind of stuff. But I definitely, and 100%, I recommend Visual Studio Code, just for the fact of how much like flexibility and just extensions that are available, and you know, how customizable you can make it. You know, just using themes, and you know, creating your own servers, you know, implementing GitHub and Python, and you know, pushing those things out to like using Jupyter notebooks, that sort of stuff. Like, Visual Studio Code has literally everything you could use, including adding Docker into there. So, but all this stuff is like a lot more advanced than what we've been, you know, talking about. We're still like, we're learning JavaScript right now, but yeah, definitely, you know, I totally get that. You know, yeah. So right now, we are avoid external dependencies as a function. So yeah, pretty much we're basically learning at this point, preventing altering global dependent like variables, and keeping it isolated within functions, and returning only, you know, the values within functions, utilizing external values, but not changing the external values themselves. So we're all definitely understanding that the values that you're putting inside here are not going to actually affect the values outside. You know, they're just going to manipulate this separate entity right here, which is utilizing this value, and then we're going to manipulate it and then return for functional programming. But yeah, I appreciate the follow, man. We should be done with this section. Yeah, 21. So, I've seen two distinct principles for functional programming. Don't alter a variable or object. Yeah, create new variables and objects and return them if need be from a function. Using something like const new array to equal array variable. Where the array variable is an array, we'll simply create a reference to the existing variable and not a copy, right? So changing a value in new array would change the value in array variable, right? Any computation inside the function depends only on the arguments passed to the function, on any global object or variable. Adding 1 to a number. It's not very exciting, but we can apply these principles when working with arrays or more complex objects. Okay. So, rewrite the code so the global array books list, okay, is not changed inside either function, right? So what do we have right now? So we are taking this for add for the book name. We're taking the book name dot push the book list on here, adding the book name, and return the book list. Okay, so it doesn't want to modify this itself. Should be added before the book name parameter. Both functions should return an array, and any new parameter should be added before the book name parameter. Right? So index of book name, right? It gets that. This is greater than or equal to 0. Right, adding 1 and removes it. Okay, so I mean, we could separate this into its own. Like, we can make a duplicate right here. And just, like, we could do a const new array equals book list, right? See, so that way we make a copy of it, so that way we're not messing around with the original book list. And then we can do the array for books, so that way we are not actually messing around with the book list. And then add array.push for the book name, and then here return. Okay, so we have the array dot splice array dot index of, finding the book name index. We're gonna splice it there and then return the array, right? Okay, so this should separate anything, because the book list, if we do the console.log, the book list should still be obviously intact, but then we do a console.log and use the new array, and that should be changed. So now, oh, oops, there we go. Hound right here, we have this, moving bodies, philosophy, naturalist, principia, mathematica, distinguish. Okay, so we have to call it. So if we're going to add a book, right? So if we were to do I wouldn't do that. So let's do remove use the new array, right? And then for the second function we would use the book name. So the of the basket. So there we go. It removed that first one from here. So let's see what happens there. So book list should not change and still equal. Right. Okay. Okay, so this is a global variable. So right here where we have the array, this shouldn't impact this then. We don't have to put this, right? We don't have to even put that. We can actually use the book list and put it inside here. We can push it and all this kind of stuff, right? But, oh, we want to return the array, right? So if we did a console.log, let's look, book list, right? And then we have the console.log. We will do a remove book list and remove the pound of the basket. Okay. And then console.log book list. Okay, so it did change it. So we have to okay, so log book. All right, so let's do this. So we make the array, right? But let's do this. Let's do a const and then new array will equal array, right? And then we, instead of this, we could do new array, right? New array, and then new array, right? So this is what it was talking about, because it's making this, but it's assigning to this. So if we went ahead and did a ... and made a copy of this, right? And did that, even though we are taking it out, it won't affect anything in here. So we would have to do the exact same right here, right? So we have to actually make a copy of this. And here, new array, and then do new array, right? So we're essentially, what we're doing is we're just making copies of this right here, and we're adding it. But we're not actually changing the original book list. We could, you know, like I said, we can make a whole copy of it using a new array without even having to, you know, mess with this right here. But what it's wanting is to make like a new array inside here, return the array of what it would look like. But when you do that, I mean, nothing's gonna change. I mean, this is more or less like if you're removing stuff and doing this kind of stuff, it's more or less like a test. It seems like it's more of a testing feature to see if things work. It doesn't look much like something extremely practical, unless, like, you know, you were wanting to use it within another function or something like that, or you're wanting to display something, you could do that. But if you're wanting to, like, actually change up a list of items and that sort of stuff, you could do it like this. Like, if you're wanting to, like, do a filter, I guess, like if you're wanting to show it inside of like a, like, let's say you have your database, but you're wanting to filter it down. You don't want to get rid of all those items, like, from the original list, because if you start just deleting stuff, you're gonna really, you know, piss off a customer or whoever, like, is doing those inventories. So what you're wanting to do is you want to take instances of it, like copies of it, modify it, that sort of stuff, display it, and then, you know, choose it from there without having to affect anything that's involving the original array. So this is kind of like one of those instances you could do it there. So you don't harm anything within the actual book list. But another thing would be, like, if you're wanting to actually modify what's on the actual array, is if, okay, someone's buying these items, right? So you would want to, you know, take the actual value, like the array that has it in there, and you would want to, like, reduce that number of the global down. So because, okay, we're not, like, just making instances of things, you know, we want to say, okay, in the actual supply inventory, this is actually going to be 0. But, I mean, I guess you could make instances of that, so you could look at, like, you know, if anyone has to do, like, a backup or anything like that, or, you know, something screwed up, like, really bad, I guess you could, like, make an alternative somewhere, or, you know, something like that. But, I mean, there are many ways that you could, you know, do this kind of stuff. But that's what I'm just saying, is, like, to differentiate on when you want to change something in an actual array or variable, and when you don't want to, like, when you want to, when you don't want to. But, you know, the rule of thumb is you don't want to change anything if you can, you know. That's going to, you know, affect your program, like, in a pretty nasty way. Alright, so now we're going to use the map. So this here is, now we are using the map method. And, my god, definitely have to filter some things out and through here. It makes some stuff easier. So far we have learned to use pure functions to avoid side effects in programs. In the program, also, we have seen the value having a function only depend on its input arguments, right? This is only the beginning. As its name suggests, functional programming is centered around a theory of functions. It would make sense to be able to pass them arguments to other functions and return a function from another function. Functions are considered first-class objects in JavaScript, which we already learned, which means they can be used like any other object, and they can be saved in variables stored in an object or passed as function arguments, so on and so forth. Let's start with some simple array functions, which are methods on the array object prototype in this exercise. Okay, so looking through here, we have on the watch list, we have this object right here. We have this object in here. Like, we just have a different object for each title inside here. All right. Okay. Let's start with some simple array functions, which our methods on the array object prototype. In this exercise, we are looking at the array.prototype.map. So, okay, prototype.map. So we are prototype.map. So we are doing the watch list, or are we actually, no, we are doing the ratings and we are mapping to it, or more simply map. Okay, the map method iterates over each item in an array and returns a new array containing the results of calling the callback function on each element. It does this without mutating the original array. So that's pretty good. So it does, this is actually pretty great. So if you're not wanting to mess with anything on the original array, it actually makes a copy of it and, you know, does all these functions. See below for an example using the map method on the users array to return a new array containing only the names of the users as elements. So okay, so we have users, we need to return only the names, so names, okay, so users.map. So in here, the user is going to assign to user.name, and that's just going to give us the values of user.name. That is so cool. That makes things so much easier. So you're just basically mapping this user, like this argument or whatnot, and you're just assigning like this user array, and you're just assigning it all of them for user.names, and then you're just, you know, you're throwing out the name the name variable, which will display this right here. So the watch list array holds an object. Okay, so with information on several movies, use map on watch list to assign a new array of objects to the ratings variable. Okay. Each movie in the new array should have only a title key with the name of the film and a rating key with the IMDb rating. So you should replace the loop functionality with your map expression. Okay. So we'll be doing a ratings.map, right? So we're going to be changing the ratings to map this stuff, right? So I don't want to change this, right? .map. So we have this right here. So we have oh man. Okay, so ratings. Hold on, I need it. So we have the title right here. So we have the title there. Yeah, because it's ratings that push. So it's adding new, like a new object to ratings. Okay. On watch list to assign a new array of objects. So instead of Is that's gonna iterate over. Oh man. Okay. Each movie in the new array should only have a title key with the name of the film and a rain key with the code in the editor uses a for loop to do this, so you should replace the loop functionality with your map expression. Yeah, I get what it's wanting me to do, but like, so what I'm looking at right here is it's using the user for user.name and it's adding that to a list. But how would you add the second? Like, how would you use the actual rating though to get that in there? Like, because I see like it's pushing. So would I just do the title dot, what is it, title? So I don't. This might be a bit harder than I thought. Yeah. No. Movie title. The title. Okay. Still can't do the map. What in the heck? Okay. So it just puts all those into it. Oh man. Place the loop functionality with your map expression. So how can't do a dot map function inside here. Now I'm just having an issue right now. I'm trying to figure this out. So it wants to get all the titles, right? Push it in title. There we go. But it's just gonna do movie title dot title. And it just does that every time. But yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I get it's making a whole wants to make. So how is it? No, that's so stupid. I'm trying to work this out. Like, do I not?
In a bitter heart of darkness, you're lost again. How far this time? How far?
Change this out real quick. So we have the title. It gets this and then the title. Then it gets this and then the title. Or the IMBD rating and pushes it. Simple. Super simple stuff. So you should replace the loop functionality with your map expression. So but how would I? So instead of doing this with the for loop, right? You don't even do this. You would just do a for the ratings, right? You would just do a watch list map, right? And then there's nothing in here, right? So okay, so rate title, and so we have a rate title and a rate MOV title and move RAT or move rate, right? And then idle dot title, right? Can I do this? Rating. Rating dot IMB or DB IMDb rating and I am, or would that be title? Well, we have this. We have this. Well, that just doesn't make sense now. Because we have this, but now, like... Title. Yeah, see, now we have this. right? It's mapping.
I told you this year in the year. Bring your filth at the gig and you should not be scared. The whole truth, throw their hands in the air. With the knowledge about my enemies, brick a little house in the Tennessee. In the darkness, women never cease. I couldn't see accuracy.
No. How? Map expression. Okay. So move title, title. Alright, so title. Okay, let's do movie. Let's do this. Movie. Right? We have movie, and then IMDb rating. What? Okay, so you have, what the heck? How do I because I don't know how to effectively make this work. So we've changed this const, right? And currently we have the watchlist.map, right? Now we make the map. We have the movie, right? And that is directly equal to this. Oh my god. No. Movie is not defined. So the IMDb rating, right? Like, it takes 1. And that's the thing that I'm not getting, is it seems like it's only taking 1 and putting it in there. Should not use a for loop, right? Your code should use the map method and use a title and rating. Right. But how would you do that using this? Because it's all null. I'm not exactly sure how to do this, to be honest. I'm trying to figure out, because it's doing it. It's just, I'm just trying to figure something out to figure why. Okay. So how would you use multiple entries in here with a map? Like, I'm not completely understanding, I guess. Because you're doing the map, right? But then you have this, and then you have movie, and then movie, DB rating. So how IMDb rating. Okay. How would this yeah, it's not gonna, it's, man, why is that so it's doing this, right? BD rating. You have this, you have the rating. Yeah, you can't do that. But then when it goes here, it says it's not defined. And then when I try to define it, it's not even showing up. Why? I need to figure out how it's doing that. I don't know how it's trying to get me to. Let me see this. Hint me real quick. Tell me. Right. Returned array includes elements that's processed by the function. So wait, before I start this, before I actually like get a value, hold on, could I take this, right? Take this, right? Take all these, and then I get that ratings, right? Dot map, okay? Where you get the ratings dot map, and then we get the movie rate, right? Rate with IDB ratings, right? Right. So const title rating right. Right. Map rating. Rate. IMDb ratings. Rating. There we go. So we have titles. So we have wait. So this is how it started, right? It started out like this. So this is how it all started, okay? So if I did a ratings dot push, all right, so this is what we're adding, right? No, we want to change dot map. No. Ain't gonna work. If we're wanting to push, like if we push, why is it so hard? Yeah. Well, then I get, yeah, I'm gonna have to watch list dot map. Right, I get this. So we have the map. To assign new array of objects to the ratings variable, right? Title key with the name of the film. Right. Title. And it would be, we do the map, and then we have title. No. What is it? So title is the God, this is going to be annoying. It's going to be move title. Title. Well, crud. So I might have to, oh, cancel. No, I don't want to make a new post. Need to get a hint. It includes elements that is processed by the function. Assignment, destructuring assignment. Yeah, I get that. Okay, let's see how they would do this. Dot map. Okay, so you have an item. And then you're making title. Wait. What would... An array is processed by extracting title and rating parentheses or need to return an object. So that right there, you got the watchlist.map, and then you're getting the item. But then you're assigning the item title, and then the item IMDb rating. And then this is what's all in the map, but this right here, you need to put the parentheses or need to return an object. Okay. I can't just make this. Because I had done this before. Like, I tried to do this and this, but it wasn't allowing me to. Man, I know I gave in on that one, but I had to figure out why that exactly wasn't working. And I probably, like, I could go on Stack Overflow and I could look and do all that kind of stuff, but truthfully, you know, if the answer's already right here for me, I need to look at that. So, okay, so we have here, right? But then we have to make the object that we're returning. So we have the title. So for each title, it is adding that to each in the array. So to make an object for each one, I just didn't know about this syntax, like the parentheses, or maybe I did, but I just title item so there we go. So you got that, and then you got the rating for each one of them without having to use a for loop. So if we weren't going to do an object, yeah, it would have to be an object to make these tiles and stuff. What if, like, I had this and move this? So it would only do the rating. It wouldn't even do the title. And I just remove this. Okay. Okay. So definitely have to remember that one. That to make an array, like to make an object itself, you have to use parentheses around it. Oh, you have to use parentheses around the curly braces. Sheesh. Huh. As seen from applying the map or simply map earlier, the map method returns an array of the same length as the one it was called on. It also doesn't alter the original array as long as its callback function doesn't. In other words, map is a pure function and its output depends solely on its inputs. Plus, it takes another function as its argument. Okay. You might learn a lot about the map method if you implement your own version of it. It is recommended to use a for loop or array for each. Write your own array prototype.mymap, which should behave exactly like. You should not use the built-in map method The array instance can be accessed in the myMap method using this. Oh boy. Okay. Returns an array of the same length. Excuse me. Whew. So, wait, what? Okay, so it's using callback. Is it just doing a new array dot push? Wait, hold on. So for let item in callback. So new array dot push item, right? Okay. Okay, so for every item in there, I'm I'm not exactly sure what it's wanting me to do. I'm kind of at a loss. Oh, no, it's making me to use for loop or man. The array instance can be accessed in the myMap method using this. So, for every item in this, it should do a oh my god. I don't even know what to. I don't even know what to do with this. To be honest, I'm having like a hard time kind of figuring this one out. It's taking the callback function, but like, so what? This dot for each, and how? What? Each item callback new array dot push. Oh my god, what the heck? I don't even know how to. Let's do this. 23, 65, 98, 5, 13, right? And then dot my map item 2. All right. So oh my god, this dot for each, and then okay. I need to look at the for each just to. Right. Okay. So we got this stuff for each, and now so for each one we want to dot push. Okay, now oh man. So for each item, so oh wait. Uh, maybe it's, yeah, this stuff for each. Okay, so we are getting somewhere. So for each one of these, we need to do something with the callback. Push new array dot push item. Okay, so we are getting here. So we are pushing the item, right? We are doing it. Now we need to, because it's taking the for each item. We're making an array and we're putting the item in here, but we have to. What are we doing with this? What the frig are we doing with this callback? I'm at a loss a little bit. How do we do a, it's just a function. It's just a callback item. Oh my god. So callback was a function, so it's just doing this. It's just pushing that item to there. Right. So I need to do one more. I need to just do this. See if it works, you know? I did it, guys. I have figured it out. So when it came back and said that this was a function, I was like, okay, so now whatever, every item inside there, we have to push it to the array, and then we have to use the callback on this function. So it's essentially doing this exact same thing. It's taking an input, calculating, and then producing an output. So I don't need this anymore. We have finally done it. And oh. All right, so oh my god. Okay, so what does it produce? What does it produce when we do this? It does this and it does this, but what does this produce? Right? So if I did a console.log, I'll throw up one of these boys in here. Do this. What, can I look at these? Can I just look into this? Okay. That was kind of dumb, so that's fine. That was dumb. So if I did this right here, right? It cannot read properties of not a number. What are you talking about? So, got the element, the index, an array. This is only using one. How? How? Ugh. So array. Where is it getting the non-number? It's just a binary function that takes in each of your elements and returns its mapped version. Right. And I'm pushing that map version onto this. This stuff for each. So each item in here, right? It's pushing into the new array. And it's how? What? Well, what is... This is a lot more complicated than I thought. I mean, I got it, but now I'm running into an issue where now I have 3 arrays, and so it takes these arguments in here, these 3 arguments, right? And then it uses the array at the index +1, but there's no element. What would... There's... So the array index, okay. Okay, so it's taking... each year elements and returns its mapped version. passing the arguments index and array into your map function. Arguments index and array, taking one argument element which it will map to some new value. Right. Right, which is why how I passed it in here, because it's taking each individual one of these and doing the callback, and then it's equaling the new, like this new array, like new value here. I'm just having trouble, like that's how I was able to do it for each one of these, but now it's really confusing with this one where it's got 3 arguments. It's not even using the element right here. Do I add a new? No, I don't change anything in there. Okay. So pass an arguments index and array into your map. So wait a minute. Do I push each one of these into here, right? And then we just do a this. No. No, because then I'd be just doing another for each. And then I just do for each item in there. It would just be... Yeah, I know. We should just be taking one argument element, which it will map to some new value. Maybe I'm just not catching on as much as I should. Because if I just do the new array dot for each and then do an item in there, and then just do on each item, it's just going to do the same exact thing. I'm not supposed to use... My map should just be taking one argument element element which will map to some new value. Right. Just why it was working here. Now I need to think, how would I... Oh, gosh. You have your item, ID index, an array. Will that work for... Oh! Oh! I get it! Because the item is the element. So if you don't have the other two, it's not going to matter. You could still perform the function. Okay, hold on. So you have these. So for the each, you could do an item or element. And then you have your... You can do the index and the array right here, and then do the push callback with the element, index, and array. Then if we run the callback and this is the only thing that's there, it's just going to use this right here. God, oh man, that was way harder than it should have been. So for each element, index, and array, so for each whatever this is, it's going to call back. So if it has one, they can do this. If it has an index, like a second value, then it'll use these two. And then if it has these three, it'll do that. Right? At least that's how I'm looking at it logically. I think I actually got that. Like, I think I actually started to catch on. I get what you mean when you did that. 'Cause this is accessing this right here. And then yeah, it uses as many elements or whatnot that for the calls here. So if it's using one element, then we use one item here. And then we use that item and do that times 2. Right? That's why I'm... Well, maybe it's just saying, like, if you, like, to enhance your map method, maybe... Well, it could take more than one argument. I think, yeah, it could take more than one argument within the map method, I believe. to make your new mapped array. It's definitely weird, but I think I'm starting to get the better hang on how these are working. So this right here, like these three right here or whatnot, like if we define 3 values right here, and then we would do this using a map, then it would return this, right? Like if we used a regular map expression, like if we did like 23, 65. Oh well, hold on, I want to try this. I want to use this, but I want to use like an actual map expression. Cause I'm very curious now. So instead of using this, can you actually use a map method for that? And still get the same like. So it would. So you can actually use, like when we use a dot map, you would take these 3, and then you can actually use, you can use more than one argument. So it just, I get what it's saying by design, but JavaScript loves to be dumb. Well, it wouldn't be JavaScript if you tried to not abuse the hell out of every, small function. And try, push it to its limit, Writing a callback that uses index. Alright, you've gone wrong somewhere. Maybe it's just trying to. Maybe maybe I see where you're coming from, but I think maybe it's just trying to make you realize all the things you can do with it, even if it's not ethical. I don't know. But that really gave me a hell of a headache. Alright, so now we'll. Hold on a second. Okay. Ripped out my headphone cord. Tell you, wheeling chairs are great, but also going to be the death of me. Some history on where these functions come from. Thank you, dude. And you know what? I will look at this probably another time. That's it's a lot. That's a lot for right now. Functors. Whew. All right. Well, I really appreciate you opening my eyes to that. I had no doubt there's, stuff in behind there. So, in here, you have the age. All right. 30. So it gets display the value. Okay. So the filter functions use booleans to return values, is what it seems like. So if I'm looking in here, like using the dot like users under 30 equals users, you're using the dot filter to use this argument to find the user, like this user argument, to find user dot age and see all of them that are under 30 and then return them, which is actually pretty straightforward. So the filtered list, obviously we'll start with the watch list dot filter. Okay. So oops, did a capital on that. So now holds an array of objects with the information on several movies. Uses a combination of filter and map on watch list to assign a new array of objects with only title and ratings. The new array should only include objects where IMDb rating is greater than or equal to 8.0. Saved as strings in the object, and you may need to convert them into numbers to perform mathematical operations on them. You know, I'm going to take back that thing I said that this would probably be easy, because this is getting hard. Okay, no, I'm first gonna take these, right? And then we'll just do a map like we did the last time. And then we'll do items, right? And then we're returning, remember, we are going to return an object. So we're going to get the title, and then we're going to get items and title, right? So we're going to get those, and then we're also going to get the rating. So that way we get items, and then with rating? No, IMDb rating. There we go. So now we have this from that first one that we did. So now we need to do a dot filter, right? So this is a dot map. We do all this, right? We have that. What is this extra one? Okay, so we have a dot map. All right, so now we do a dot filter. And is this where, okay, the item, right? And so we will get the item dot IMDb rating is greater than oh wait, you have to convert that to a number. Crap! Hold on. Okay, I have to. Oh balls. Crap. Okay, so dot. Would it be a 2int? Oh boy. Okay. Hold on, let me. It's greater than. Let's do. It wants an 8.0. But okay, so we have to. I feel like I am like so close. I am like so close to doing this, right? Okay, so now I have that fixed, just, you know, because it looks better. We put the filter on it, right? We did the map, we did that. Now we have to do a filter. So I would go straight in order, starting with responsive web development. That's the first one, and then going down the list. That way you can learn like pretty much all the basics, and then when you get to like Python stuff, like if you can do JavaScript, like once you get to Python, where you're not even having to use like curly braces and a lot of yeah, like you're doing like more indentions and that sort of stuff, it'll become way easier to understand. I mean, obviously it's a different language, so there's going to be a lot of syntax differences, but I would definitely start with the top and then go down the list. That way you have a good, well-rounded foundation. And if you want to, you can follow along with my YouTube videos starting on, I believe, session 22 is when I started HTML. So you can start that first section and then go along with the YouTube videos I have up on my page. And if you want, here, I'll throw this over to you. So that right there is the page to my YouTube channel. So if anytime you need to like go over there and you need to take a look at something or look at things more in depth or review something that we did previously, just go ahead and hop on over there. I also do have, as well, I have a Discord for anyone that wants to join. So I'll go ahead and copy that and throw that in here as well. So there's Discord, there's YouTube channel. Go ahead and join either one of those. You're more than welcome to, browse around. But yeah, there's some options for you to get started. All right. So, I'm gonna go back to this filter. Yes, definitely. Like you can also textbooks are a big thing. A lot of people, it actually is. A lot of people have a better time actually reading for like memory retainment. Like if you're actually reading something physical, some people, prefer that method than just reading on a screen. It just really depends on, I guess, the person. It can be different depending on, who, like from user to user or from programmer to programmer. But some people like learning from a digital screen, while others like actually being able to physically hold it and, go through pages and that sort of stuff. So yeah, visit your local library and see if they might have some as well. That's a good starting point. So that's good. I definitely, if anyone's getting into programming and needs to learn like the steps, basics, and all that kind of stuff, definitely heavily recommend FreeCodeCamp to like at least get some good certs to start you off with, and get you the bare basics to like make just projects, like be creative and do whatever you need to do. Very great open resource. And FreeCodeCamp is always adding a bunch of new articles every day, new YouTube videos to like know how to do stuff if you get confused, and it has a very widespread community. So usually if you have any questions, you'll be able to find something there, which is why we're doing as you can tell, which is why we're doing this on here. I actually have a lot of friends there following along with me, and that are doing these courses as well, and they're learning a lot of stuff that they thought that they were quote unquote too stupid, or they couldn't grasp the concepts, and teachers were going too fast, just all this kind of stuff. It just all depends on how they're taught. And that's where it comes down to. Even with me, you know, when I first learned how to program, I was just, you know, so lost, and you know, I thought I was just stupid because I couldn't grasp onto everything as fast as everyone else. And you know, a lot of people are like that. You know, some people are fast learners, but some people just need extra time. And you know, I think being able to do these courses and like come back to like YouTube videos and all this kind of stuff gives those people who are struggling a lot better understanding of the material. So like if anything, like right here, like when we're doing these, I can go in here and get help, and I can do, you know, I can get the answers, I can get hints and that sort of stuff. But in the real world, you know, like when you're in your actual job, you will browse through forums, or you'll browse through, you know, textbooks, you'll browse through, you know, Stack Overflow. You'll do anything you can to research and try to figure out how to get what you need. Also, Harvard actually has their CS 101 class on YouTube for free as well for all your basic fundamentals. All that material, like hours of video, completely free, to like do, you know, Python and, you know, learn C and different kinds of things, which is really cool. So you don't even have to pay a tuition or a course fee or anything like that. It's all there on YouTube from Harvard. And for CS Computer Science 101. So that's a good thing. And of course, at that link that you have provided funding. But I really enjoy it. Like I really like the engagement. You know, being able to have more people to come forward and share your guys' perspectives. Like that's completely awesome. But I do have to figure this out. So I can't like keep getting distracted, because I definitely will. So I have to convert these strings to numbers. So I believe it's a 2 int, or maybe I'm just getting my languages confused a little bit. So I need to look. I need to remember what that syntax is. Parseint. Okay, that's what it was. Okay. Items. Rating. Can I do a parse int on here? On these right here? Would that let me do that? String term will be used the number of functions. Type right. I know that's string number. Okay, so instead of parseint, I could just write number. Okay, so what? Okay, so I did the rating. I converted each one of these into number. But wait a minute. And then filter. Oh, crap. Wait. Yeah, and I need to convert this too. So I will convert on this as well, because that's a string. 8.0. Greater than or equal to 8.0. So it is getting the IMDb rating. If I took this out, does it still... I just want to see. Okay, so it does still convert this to a number, right? So Then we do a filter. Then we're using item, and for the number, item.mvd rating. We're converting that. Okay. Or I can use a parse int. Or would that be a parse float? That would be a parse float, because that's what this is. So, see, I'm actually having to go on IMDb. I'm actually going on actually, this is on FreeCodeCamp. I'm actually using a resource on FreeCodeCamp to learn about these functions for conversion. But I'm doing a parse float on these ratings right here and turning them into numbers. The item, parse float, item, view rating. Okay, so if the parse flow MVD rating is greater than or equal to 8, that shouldn't matter. That dot notation or bracket notation, it should still do that. Oh, come on. These are ridiculous, man. I thought this might actually be a bit easier than when we were doing object-oriented programming, but functional programming is using these filters and maps are in other words, it filters the array basing on the function passed to it, like map, without needing to modify the original array. So could I do the wait, hold up. Can I wait, hold on. Let me see if I can do this. If I can do a watch list dot filter, right? Do the filter list, and then on the filtered list, I would get rid of this filter, and then I would map it. No, crap. No, I can't do a filter because I have to. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can. It would watch list. Yeah, I can do that. Okay, let's just do this backwards. So let's filter. We do the item, and then the item dot db rating, right? So we're getting that. Now, if it's greater than or equal to 8.0, right? Now, is this... Now, hold on. Before we do this, do we do the parse float, right? Okay. So we did it, all right? We got that. Cool. So we converted it to a parse float. And now we're taking that filter list, we're mapping the items for title, filter list dot map. All right. Hold on. Is this actually true? Hold on a second. 8.6, 8.8. Okay, so it seems like it's doing it. Wait. It did it. But now it's making a... Hold on. Hold on. Oh, wait. I can't make a... Ha! Ah! Right, because we can't reassign this because it's a const variable. That means we can't just reassign it to the same one because it makes a whole new array. So what we have to do is we have to filter, and then we make a new mapped list and throw it on, because that's a const. And then we make a new mapped list. Yeah. Okay. Crap. So it should have inception 8.8. Oh, wait a minute. Is that because we... okay, hold on. Wait. No. No. We have to keep it filtered list. Okay. So what if we did the opposite? Like we did the mapped list, right? Right? And then we did the map list with the watch list, right? Dot map. So we map it, right? We do the parse float here. And then here we take the mapped list, right? Well, crap. Oh, no. We did the mapped list equals watchlist.map. So we took all those, we made it into here, right? Right. And then hold on. It took all these right in here. But then it's filled. I did that though. Hold on. Mapped list filter. We're filtering this for the IMBD rating. Okay. So I did the mapped list. Can I do a let to reassign this? No, that ain't gonna. No. Items. So I have these. Right. Items. Okay. 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 So I have any reading. Right. I don't actually have to use this, but I do have to use parse float. Right. Man. All right, let's see. Right. So it does a dot map right here. Should I put the dot filter in here? Like instead of being outside this, should I put it inside? So it's inside the map function? Viewing. Okay, so why? Alright, so let's do... We can do... So the map list will do this. Right? Okay. So we took the mapped list. Why don't we filter it first? Wait, hold on. Can I do filtered list? And then filtered list. So this does this. Parse float. Okay. Okay, it got. What if I did a let? It won't matter. So I parse floated these. Wait a minute. Did I just solve this? So I took the watch list and filtered it, right? But then after I filtered it to match that, I did a map on it. Take all the items, do this. Aha! So, rule of thumb. Filter, and then map. You filter it all out, and then you map it to create a new one. I'm having a very hard time understanding why. Is it? No? Okay, so title. Yeah. Oh. It's because I didn't put no in there. And how much you want to bet that when I did that earlier, when I had done this, I filtered and did the map and put it in here, right? Because I misspelled that title, it didn't work. And I didn't catch that. Damn. Well, either way, instead of putting it into two different variables, we all put it into one, shortening syntax or shortening code. So filtered it, got what we needed to out of the filter, and then we got the items to map it. Filter map. Filter map. Alright. Might learn a lot about the filter method if you implement your own version of it. Yeah, this is the part I love doing, is doing my own thing. So I'm going to take this dot filter, no, for each, oh gosh darn it, there, for each item within, for each item within this, I want to do and I will, for shits and giggles, because it's going to do it, I'm going to do because if it asks for 3, element, index, and array, right? Put it in here, and then we will do a callback with the element element elements index array. Alright, so I got this. Alright, so for oops, this and this. So call back. Okay. Okay. Oh. New array dot push. There you go. So in here, I want index array. You should use the built-in filter method. Not use the built-in filter method. Can access the melee filter method using this. For each. Okay. For array. No. No. Nope. Oh my god. Is this an or? If this equals this, or this equals this? To use a for loop or for each. So, okay. So let's do this. For new, okay, for let item in this dot this console.log this. I just need to look. I'm going to use this. All right. Can I do this? Nope. Well, that sucks. Okay, so instead of this, be item, right? And it would be this item, right? So we have all those. And we could just do call back this an item. And okay. Item. So it is showing. It is showing that this is not it. And I just need new array dot push. Right? And right. I need to look at what it's pushing. So I need to look at this new array and see what is. Oh. Oh my God. So we could. Oof, man. How do I access that? This item. Ooh. Let's try another for let I equals 0. I is less than the this dot length let's try this dot length plus, right? So new array dot push, right? This I, yes. Now I want this to, it is, but I need to do a callback on this dot I. Son of a. Okay. Okay. Stuck on activity. I would recommend kind of looking more at the description and see what exactly is wrong with it. I do see that there's a space at the end there between the O and the extra, or the ending quote tag, or the ending quote. There's a space in between photo and the quote callback. So if I can, yeah, well, it has to, when they're doing like the backend code, is actually checking specifics, like specific things. So if it doesn't exactly equal what they have in the background, which it actually is good, because it actually enhances like things that you should be looking out for, because little tiny minuscule details could actually screw up a big program, like if you're not careful. So I did that, and it's pushing. So I will do this, right? Push. Oh, man. So it has to do a callback. So callback. So if it is equals a 0, it's gonna splice it. So I could do a splice. so let's do this for. Okay, I can do this dot for each item, and then we can do a if callback new array equals, so yeah. Oh, can I not? Oh, I have to use a different thing, I guess. What? Would it not let me use a oh my gosh. Okay, I could do that. So for each one in the, okay, hold on. So for each one here. Would I have to do a dot value? If call back item if callback dot item is equal to 0, then array equals 0. Okay, hold on. It's not equal to 0. Then new array dot push. Dot push. false. I was trying to do it true or false. Come on, man. Let me do this. If it's not, then like you know what? Let me just do this. I just need an if. New array push no, let's do this stupid thing. Just do this. We're gonna just do this, okay? For let's item in this, right? Why is that function? Why is that adding? If it's not equals to 0, why is that function? Why? Can I do oh my gosh. So for let's I equals 0, will it be no, let's see what this does. 0 this dot length undefined. Is this an oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. So this, how do I get the length of this? It's a filter. If how, oh my god. So this dot length, right? And the, yeah, is equal to so we're doing it. Like if I can do this right here, right? What's it gonna print? Is it gonna print indefinite? So it does the same thing. Oh wait, no, it's only supposed to... Okay. Okay. Yeah, that is an indefinite loop, and we need to stop this right now before it starts screwing our whole entire thing up. Alright guys, so well with me, after this is done, I think we're done for the night. We haven't even reached 50%, and this is just, oh my god. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it, man. Really do appreciate everyone who's sat through here and tried to help me get through this, because this is crazy. So let's do this. So I'm gonna if callback if for each if it's true. So actually I'm just gonna do that. What? For why did I probably already did this. Let I in this, and then if call back in here is true, right? If callback, so this, let item. So this item, right? Callback is true. We're going to new array dot push this item. There. So that's gonna bring back that, right? Okay. So now we need to do the same for this. Is this going to bring this in? Because if this evaluates true, it should throw it in, right? Oh my god. Thank you. Alright, now let's try the last one. This should take... It's going to take a lot of arguments, right? Cannot read index of. This is gut-wrenchingly painful. Oh my god, I was so close. If array crap. Can I actually do a item index and array into here. This is crap. I had it, and it won't. No, at least your loop is correct, though. It was until I found this out. But now, now I need to figure out this. Oh man, it was too. Oh. Oh. It was correct. But now that we have this right here, it'll pass these other ones, but this one has 3. This one has 3 arguments that comes in. Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, I figured it would do one of these in here, but now it's just having the index up. I wonder if I can do a for each. Yeah. See, it won't. Hold on. So. So it's recommending me using this. And it wants me to use the. It wants me to use the element, then the index array, right? And it wants me to use these 3 earlier. And then it wants me to do a new array dot push callback, but it wants me to do the element index array. True, false, true, true, false. Yeah. Uh-huh. So, I'm trying to... I couldn't do an if... I couldn't do an if in here. Like, because if I would say if this was... If the callback was true, I would just push it to that. And then it'd be fine. Please. I tried to truncate it, but Wait, hold on. Wait. So, if, okay, so callback is true, so this would be element index array. So if this is true, then new array dot push the wait, hold on. Here. Okay. Let's see. But how do I continue? Like, if this is true, I just want to push. How? How? After the pointer function, then you can just literally have an if. Oh my god. Right, because it turns into an array if you do. Wait, hold on. Wait. No, I don't. Oh wait, hold on. It's because there's no. I'll just do the if. Screw it. Okay, so if I'm gonna put these in a separate. So if this is true, Right, because if you use a pointer function, it turns into a function in here. It just takes these as arguments without having to define the array or the function name. Okay. Yeah. Right, I remember if you put, yeah, those curly brackets, like after that, it makes it into an actual if statement. Now, one, two, and 5. I have to figure this out. This push. And then return one element. So I can return one of the elements, even if all three of them show. Because I don't have to... I wouldn't have... So, right. Okay, because it should only have to report back the element and push it to the array. The index and the array don't matter, but I have to make sure the element, the index, and the array are correct, and then I can push the element. God. Okay, hold on. Wait. I'm gonna take this off. Ha! Ah! Oh. Oh, man. Oh, that was nuts. That was, oh my god. Alright, guys. I think I'm gonna call it here. It's like almost 1 a.m. my time, and I gotta work in the morning, so I was not I seriously was not planning on this lasting this long. This has literally racked my brain to no end. Like, I thought this was going to be a lot easier than, like, the object-oriented programming. But, like, a lot of the lessons I've done, like, in college and all that, you know, they never went over filter mapping. that sort of stuff. So it's like, this is kind of like new concepts to me, like simplifying a lot of this stuff, which is why it's taking me forever to figure this crap out. So now that I'm actually figuring it out, I'm actually able to, I'm, even though it's, boosting you guys to learn how to do this crap, like, I'm learning a lot along this way. Like, it is nuts. It is nuts. Jeez. I guess it just all depends on, like, what schools you go to and, like, whatnot, but, I mean, it just depends on, like, what schools you go to and when, when you went to school. And some don't teach, like, this in depth. Like, they kind of go over it, like within, like, a class or two, like doing, like, HTML and CSS and, like, another class for JavaScript. But, like, they go as far as the book, like, they can within the book. And then if you guys don't get to it by a certain time, I guess, like, you don't, you just don't get to it. Which, in my case, we never really got to that. And, you're you have a lot of, like, other languages, like, they just jump from language to language and this sort of stuff. So, like, there's a lot of stuff you don't catch on to. But granted, college is for learning kind of fundamentals, and then you just kind of branch out after that to learn from there. And you definitely don't take a break. Yeah. But yeah, this is, so anyway, we were basically just having to do a filter. Like, it was literally doing a filter without actually writing filter on it. So you're just literally doing an if it matches this, you're pushing it. So that's just going on what's behind the scenes. Yeah, I remember the slice. Okay. I could do this. Like, this would be so easy. Like, I can try. Like, maybe the worst of it is done, and maybe I can get to, like, 50. But, like I said, like, it's already one. But this is kind of easy. This is just slicing. So, like, I'm gonna take that, do a slice, put it into a new array, and then return the array. Yeah. So, we'll take the animation, do a slice, begin, slice, end, slice, and then return animation back. So, log. So there you go. Cat, dog, tiger, zebra, ant. So we want to do it to const new anim, return new anim. There we go. Pretty easy. Like, it's super easy. We've already done this before. You do the slice, and it just makes a copy of it and returns it. and we didn't if we actually do a console.log, we didn't we didn't modify the original. Depending on the course, the only time I've ever had to use a language was in for sure. Like I said, all colleges are different. And like mostly whenever I did mine, when I got my software development degree, I mostly did a lot of Java. And like it was a lot of when it came to web development, it was more of doing wireframes and creating templates and that sort of stuff. And whenever I did do, like back when I was getting my associates, like before then, like it was nowhere near what it is now. Like things have just changed so much, and a lot more things have been developed, especially being on like ES6 now. But yeah, slicing's not bad. I might be able to get us to 50%, and then all I have to do is just do one. I tell you, I mean, I heard my old school or whatnot, like all the new classes and like the new like curriculums and all that stuff that they've implemented is just nuts. Like it's crazy. Like a lot of the stuff that they have now they didn't have back when I was going there. And it's like I look at all these all these high school kids getting out, and it's just like, dude, you if you're going to college, you have so much cool opportunity. Like they're doing like virtual reality design, and like when I went to school, like where I lived, they were just developing like a game design program, and it was just like mishmashed together. Like they just mashed things together and like called it a degree. But now like everything's so much more developed. Like they actually start, like when I started out, they went like Visual Basic, and then you had to go, or you had then like Java, and then going no you went from Visual Basic to C++, and then you went to Java. Now, looking back, like this was after I did like a lot of HTML like web dev classes, but yeah, like now looking back on it, of how much I know now, it's like that's stupid. Like they started out with that, and now I hear like how the school's doing now, and they're doing it right, starting off with Python, like doing the web classes, but also starting off with Python, so people can actually like understand like pretty easily like comprehensive syntax. Yeah, it was ridiculous. Splice 3. How much does it need? So splicing, we already know what that does. slice instead by using slice instead of splice, because remember, if we take splice out of it, it literally removes it. So we have copy, and then the other one removes it. So we want to slice it. Should limit the parentheses array to length of 3. Right. So if we go to 3, 0, 1, 2. And then 3, it'll remove this one and everything after it. So we'll have Chicago, Delhi, and Islamabad. So log. There we go. Actually, that's sliced. So we don't want that. We need the 3. So we need to provide saves array to a length of 3 and return a new array with only the first 3 items. Okay, so we start at 0, and then we go 3. So slice, we get 0, 1, 2. Yeah. So this goes to the position. 1, 2, 3. Get 0, 1, 2. What was it? Splice. Yeah, we don't want to actually make any effects to this. Unless it shouldn't. There you go. So what happens if we just use splice on that position? Right? If we did 3. So we did this. So cities, right? So that is the case here. So it uses the splice, it returns the splice or whatnot right here. But then when we return it, it says, okay, here's the 3. But whenever you look on here, like you look at the input cities, it's down to London and Berlin. You don't want to do that. You want to get a copy of it. So we turn the splice to slice. So that way we get the first 3 of what we need. And then it doesn't change anything inside the original. So definitely be aware of that. When you're using slice and splice, you want to make sure you're using the correct version, correct method, or not method, but function. So there you go. We've done 50%. Next time we'll do a part 2, and then we'll be working on we'll go ahead and do the advanced algorithms. But yeah, I didn't think we were gonna get this far, this quick, just because learning the maps and filters took a pretty long time. Not only just learning the syntax of combining them and doing that, but having to learn what's going on behind the scenes, like what the actual filters are doing, like the filter's doing and the map is doing, and us having to write it ourselves, that took a lot longer than I was anticipating. So hopefully the next session should be way shorter. But I mean, I've gotten to talk to a lot of you guys, so I'm pretty happy about it. And I thank you guys for putting your opinions out here and lending a hand to me trying to figure this stuff out, because there's been a lot of times where I look at this, I'm just stuck looking at it, and it makes a huge difference having other peers to look. And of course I can just look all around, but it's never fun just you guys all just watching me sit here and not even talk and just stare at my screen for however long. But yeah, I appreciate you guys' help and, you know, stopping along. So we'll stop here. We'll come back and finish this up the next time. So you guys have a good night. Enjoy your work day tomorrow and the rest of the week. I will see you in the next couple days at the regular time. And yeah, we'll get this going. So anyone that doesn't know that first came here, I stream 9 o'clock or around 9 o'clock, and Fridays, maybe on the weekends, sometimes I stream a bit earlier. So just look out for those notifications, and you know, to see when I'm on. But usually I'll be around 9. So, all right, you guys have a good night. I'll talk to you all later.